Hello, Rip and Ship community. Welcome to today's stream. I'm Clint. This is Rip and Ship by Moonshot Games. We're Moonshot Games, a WPN premium LGS in Noblesville, Indiana, only about 30 minutes north of Indianapolis. So here's how tonight's stream works. People buy packs, we open them up, and then we ship them out. You don't have to be a patron, YouTube member, or a subscriber to buy packs on the stream. All you have to do is go to moonshotgamestore.com/live. Go to that link right there. You can go ahead and see what we have for the evening. We've got collector packs going all the way back to Throne of Eldraine. Stuff as new as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And tonight we have Duskborn, House of Horrors, a 4-play pack booster bundle, limit 1 per person per stream, $17.99. And also, not only do we have the Duskborn play booster bundle, but we also have Ultimate Masters. We do have about 6 packs of those, not spoken for yet. $28.99 per pack. Lots of fun stuff in Ultimate Masters. The 2 tombs, I say. So definitely Ancient Tomb, Yawgmoth, fun times. So if you're interested in either of those, definitely recommend taking a look, moonshotgamestore.com/live. For shipping, we do have up to $6 for 9 packs, $10 for a 500 count box, or we'll go ahead and hold that until you are ready to have those shipped out here. Due to Strixhaven pre-release, next shipping with applicable shipping paid will be on the 17th. Next Friday is when we can ship everything out in the mail then. If you have any questions at all on an order, definitely feel free to chat it in. I'll do my best to address them. Otherwise, you can also always email support@moonshotgamestore.com. So, hey Wesley, hey Ezra. Definitely appreciate everybody who's jumped in so far. But let's go ahead and open up some packs. And that's what everybody's really here to watch happen, especially with Ultimate Masters. And yeah, Secrets of Strixhaven, I cannot wait. I'm a little bit behind on spoilers. I just started reading the novel. I'm excited for that too, but I've been a little bit busy, so here's hoping this weekend I'll get a little bit further into it than the first chapter. But we'll go ahead and start opening these up here for Travis. We've got 5 packs of Ultimate Masters. Good luck, Travis. I had a lot of fun seeing the spoiler for the white Emeritus. I think he's pretty good. I don't think he's great. I think he's excellent for Commander. Limited and constructed, not so much. It's a good politics card. I like it. Good luck, Travis. Gaddock Teague. And the Mystical Archive looks so good. Just makes me really wish I had Maelstrom Pulse. Makes me really wish I had the Japanese demonic tutor from the original Strixhaven before trying to go for the vampiric, though. I don't know, the original has some great stuff too, but there's... Ooh, Urborg, there we go. That is a great way to start the evening off with Urborg in the third pack there. A foil. Magus of the Bazaar. And Goryo's Vengeance. Although I do know the even the stuff from the set looks great too. So I'm very, from what I've seen so far, all the prepared spells, I think they're pretty neat. I think that's a neat mechanic. And Phyrexian Tower. There we go. Let me go ahead and get this tower and Urborg all sleeved up here for you, Travis. Thanks so much for ordering. Hey there, Dirty 30. Yeah, exactly. This is a very good start to that box of Ultimate Masters. Which we'll go ahead, see if we can also have a good start with Duskborn, House of Horror, with our 4 Play Booster bundle for Brandon. Good luck, Brandon. The Verges are awesome out of Duskborn. The Overlords are awesome. Even if I forget how to play them correctly when I'm building Nico Light of Hope, who I took all of my non-creature bounce out of, and realized I couldn't bounce them. Marvin, Murderous Mimic. They're still good spooky cards to just leave on the battlefield, though, for a few turns. Got jump scared at the last card there. Yep. Luckily, the only one that's hard to pull off the Nico trick with is Mistmoors. Like, I think the blue one is still mana efficient enough. Razorkin Needlehead. That's a fun card. But they're good. The Glimmers are great out of here, and there's so many good uncommons hiding in this set too. Dazzling Theater, Prop Room Borderless. And last pack. Jolly Balloon Man. And Grievous Wound. Let me go ahead and get these sleeved up here for you, Brandon. Thanks so much for ordering. And let's take a little visit to Zendikar with 1 Zendikar Collector Booster and then 4 Ultimate Masters to start with for Ashley. Good luck, Ashley. or a Skyclave Hierophant, Crawling Barrens, Borderless Nissa of Shadowed Burrows, Extended Throne of Makindi. And Ultimate Masters. Vexing Devil. Visions of Beyond. Karn Liberated. And from this order, last pack. Reanimate. Let me go ahead and get this first set of cards sleeved up here. And next, we have Ashley with 4 more packs of Ultimate Masters. Good luck again, Ashley. Hey, Squidfellow. Squee, Goblin Naboob. I don't know why, but Rakdos Shred Freak has always been one of my favorite commons. Desolate Lighthouse. Raging Ravine. And last pack. Daybreak Coronet. Every time I see a Orzhov colored aura now, I'm just really itching to make that Silver Quill Commander deck. Go ahead, got that all sleeved up there for you, Ashley. Thanks so much for ordering. And next up is Caleb. We've got some cool packs here. We've got 3 Modern Horizons 3 collector boosters, and a Final Fantasy collector booster. Good luck, Caleb. Starting off with Modern Horizons. Foil Branching Evolution, Lazotep Quarry, Arna Kennerid in the portrait frame, Ashling Flame Dancer in the portrait frame, Oil Etched Necrobloom, second pack of Modern Horizons 3, Cursed Mirror, Inversion Behemoth, Extended Amphibian Downpour, the Borderless Psychic Frog tried to get away from me there, Extended Aether Revolt, last pack of Modern Horizons 3, Snow-Covered Wastes, Birthing Ritual, Extended Tarmogoyf Nest, Borderless Ruby Medallion, Fury Retro Frame, Retro Foil, Windswept Heath. Very cool fetch land. And yes, Ezra, that's the, if I recall, that's the top 8. I think I'm gonna have to play some standard. At least decent enough to get top 8. And last pack, Final Fantasy Collector Booster. Gonna have to update the goblins, take them for yet another run. Borderless Foil Ultima, Foil Memories of Nibelheim, Stroke of Midnight, Extended Vincent Vengeful Atoner, Extended Noctis Prince of Lucis, Borderless Gilgamesh, Dion Bahamut's Dominant, go ahead and get these sleeved up here for you, Caleb. Thanks so much for ordering. Next up, we have Kevin with 6 Bloomburrow play packs. Good luck, Kevin. Valley Rotcaller, Ral, Crackling Wit. I really hope that when they do Bloomburrow in the future, as they should, that they do more Magic characters in the Bloomburrow style. Valley Flood Caller. Maybe that'll be a reality fracture thing. Give Scaled Scorch. Tree Karn was great. I still like the Garuk because I think he was like what a badger. Festival of Embers. Like the Honey Badger Garuk doesn't care. And last pack. Wishing Well. You go ahead and get these all sleeved up here for you, Kevin. Thanks so much for ordering. And next up, we've got Ezra, the Wizard, with one of our Duskborn, 4 Play Booster bundles, and 2 Ultimate Masters. Good luck, Ezra. Balustrade Worm. A foil showcase cursed recording. Valgavoth's Onslaught. Head Shredder. Last pack of Duskborn. I keep using Clockwork Percussionist lately. Kona, Rescue Beastie. That's a fun one. Oh, and Untimely Malfunction. And let's move on to Ultimate Masters. Seize the Day. And second pack. I'm honestly surprised that Untimely Malfunction wasn't, since they did put stock up on. Mana Vault. There's a fun way. That's a good way to end these packs. Very nice, Ezra. The mana-related thing that you can still play in Commander. Let's go. Got those all sleeved up and set aside for you. Thank you, Ezra, for ordering. Glad we could get there. That was a good way to end it. Saw both the Urborg and the Vault so far tonight. Let's see if we can find the tomb as well. The ancient one, at least. With, next up, we've got Connor. For Connor, we've got 2 packs. Ultimate Masters. Good luck, Connor. Spoils of the Vault. And second pack. Woodfall Primus. And a Dawn Charm. We go ahead and get these sleeved up here for you, Connor. Thanks so much for ordering. We'll continue on here with 1 pack Ultimate Masters for Paul. Good luck, Paul. Caracas. Got that all sleeved up here for you. Thanks for ordering, Paul. And let me actually get both of these next name cards ready here real quick. You are just tuning in here. Hi, I'm Clint. This is Rip and Ship by Moonshot Games. We're Moonshot Games, a WPN premium LGS in Noblesville, Indiana. If you'd like to order packs, moonshotgamestore.com/live. A link right there on the playmat. It is also in the Twitch and YouTube chat as well pinned. We do have 4 packs of Ultimate Masters left for the evening. Played 4, maybe 3 now. Let's see where 4, yep. And we also have 15 Duskborn 4 play pack bundles, limit 1 per person per stream. So let's go ahead, get these next packs opened up here. For Kevin, we've got 1 Ultimate Masters. Good luck, Kevin. Containment Priest. Let me get that all set aside for you here, Kevin. Thanks so much for ordering. Next up, for Jones Goods, we have, hey Cade, we've got 4 Duskborn Play Boosters as part of our booster bundle, and 1 pack Ultimate Masters. Good luck, Jones. Starting off with Duskborn. Blood Farm Verge, our first Verge of the evening, and Fear of Missing Out. Ooh, and Showcase Withering Torment. Definitely have the fear of missing out on those Withering Torments. Second pack. Demonic Council. Enduring Courage. I think all the glimmers are pretty great. All the glimmers. And last pack of Duskborn. Enduring Vitality. And after that, 1 pack Ultimate Masters. Stirring Wildwood. We go ahead, get these all sleeved up here for you, Jones. Thanks so much for ordering. Just making up this next set of name cards here. If you would like to be after Brian here, moonshotgamestore.com/live. I do check real quick just to make sure we have, and we do have 2 Ultimate Masters booster packs left. Collector packs back all the way to Throne of Eldraine. Currently, something as new as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And we have our Duskborn 4-play pack booster bundle, $17.99, about $1 off per pack. If you want to try to grab some spooky stuff. And now we have Paul with another Ultimate Masters. Good luck, Paul. Talrand, Sky Summoner. Go ahead and get this all sleeved up here for you, Paul. Powrand indeed. Thanks so much for ordering again. I know I'm doing pretty good, Zane. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully everybody else is also. Go ahead here. Next up, we have Caleb with 1 Spider-Man Collector Booster. Good luck, Caleb. Is the Mario movie the reason you're doing okay? I have heard very mixed things, but I will say Donald Glover as Yoshi. That's got me bought in. I don't know when I'm gonna say it, but I gotta see Donald Glover as Yoshi. Urban Retreat. Extended Lady Octopus. Comic Frame Death of Gwen Stacy. Silk Guard Source Material. And Borderless Gwen Stacy. Go ahead and get this sleeved up here for you, Caleb. Thanks so much for ordering. I know I definitely have concerns about them trying to do their own Smash Bros. Cinematic universe, but you know what? Maybe we'll see Nintendo come to Magic the Gathering at some point. That would be fun. Next up is Pedro with 4 Duskborn House of Horror Play Boosters as part of our bundle. Good luck, Pedro. I guess I have to go see it now. Cursed Recording and Split Up. I keep seeing Split Up getting played more and more, especially in Standard. Omnivorous Flytrap, and Leyline of Transformation. I don't know, I think that more often than not, it's especially great if you swing with everything and then play it. Youch. Ooh. In the double exposure, Kona Rescue Beastie. And the last pack. And even then, either if you've gotten swung on or if you are done doing swinging, I think it works out pretty well. Victor, Valgavoth's Seneschal. But if you're kind of at a standstill, unless you don't mind wiping your own board, let me go ahead and get these sleeved up here for you, Pedro. The mana cost is also so low, which makes it that much more fun to play too. And it looks like we're getting back to Ultimate Masters here. Looks like we are sold out now of Ultimate Masters for the evening. We'll go ahead and get this pack for Brian. Good luck, Brian. Golgari Grave Troll. Go ahead, get this sleeved up here for you. Thanks so much for ordering, Brian. And I'll make up these next two name cards. Right on, Beast. Duskborn's a fun set. If you would like to be after Kevin here, moonshotgamestore.com/live. Go ahead, get this next pack of Ultimate Masters for Paul. Life from the Loam. And Grim, that appears to tentatively be the plan, while scheduling and things like that are still a little bit up in the air. I'd say absolutely keep an eye on the Discord, but I know Lance should be streaming at some point on that Monday. And got that all sleeved up. Thanks again for ordering, Paul. So definitely more to come, but I would say count on that Monday. Pre-release week is always a fun time. And last pack of Ultimate Masters for Kevin. See if we have some last pack magic here. Foil Containment Priest. Back to basics. Let me go ahead and get both of these sleeved up. Thanks so much for ordering, Kevin. All in all, that was a pretty neat box there. We did see the Phyrexian Tower. We did see Urborg. We did see Mana Vault. No Eldrazi made an appearance, though. With that, we currently do have an open queue. So if you would like to have packs opened up live on stream, moonshotgamestore.com/live. We still also have Duskborn as part of our 4 Play Booster Pack Bundle. $17.99, limit 1 per person per stream. So I know we're definitely getting a little bit close to Strixhaven, but you know, hey, Zamone's in Duskborn. If you need every possible version of Zamone for your Quandrix deck, you need that and you need Foundations. I keep forgetting she had a unique card in Foundations as well. We also do have Lorwyn Eclipse, so especially if you're trying to build or excited about the students from the previous set, they were in Lorwyn too, and Grim. So shipping today, as long as it's still, once again, under that pack limit, depending on how much you do get on pre-release, the shipping would be up until the end of Monday's stream for that pre-release order. So that is correct. Anything ordered today would be sent out then with those packs ordered on Monday, which then will be sent out because of pre-release and because of the timing and policies of when we can ship those from Wizards. They are getting sent out instead of Thursday next week, sent out on that pre-release Friday. So hopefully that makes sense. If not, I can definitely try to clarify. But definitely it was kind of fun seeing Tam and Abigail and Kirol, and I always forget the goblin's name. Forget his name. And now that they basically talked Llewellyn from Lorwyn into going to school. So yeah, you can definitely see those Strixhaven students already in Lorwyn Eclipse even. Thinking of some of the other Strixhaven, I know Quintorius, the one elephant from Lorehold, I know they've been in Lost Caverns Vixalan. So you can try to grab another one of those planeswalkers out of there. While there's definitely a lot of excitement about Strixhaven, there's also a lot of ways to get some of the old Strixhaven. And we have original Strixhaven collector boosters as well with the Mystical Archive. And I would say an even more Sonar. That's right. And I should remember Sonar, especially because there is a hilarious commander deck you can build with Sonar that if you play it at a pod, it will potentially only work once. If you can make it to turn 4, it's either turn 4 or 5, with no interaction whatsoever, you can just win the game. So, I forget it's something like it's got roughly like, it's like 98 lands and then 2 other cards. And here we go with Ezra trying to test my Japanese. I am a little bit excited that it looks like I may not need to know how to read Japanese for this new Strixhaven. Although I know I'm probably going to be some of the dedication here to Rip and Ship. I'm probably going to be flashcarding my way through the spoilers for Mystical Archives, just in case. For Ezra, we have the original Strixhaven School of Mages Collector Booster. Good luck, Ezra. And some of the stuff in here also will go really well with the current set. Also, there's a lot of merfolk in both sets, which I always love. Lots of Quandrix cards. Elite Spellbinder is the first rare. Kavash Gloom Summoner. Extended Flame Scroll Celebrant. Etched Adventurous Impulse. I know it's a mythic. Hey, Zern. I feel like I should know this for 2 green. Trying to think what is exactly 2 green. Don't know if chat wants to play along. I love the art on it. And it is a mythic. I feel like I should know this. Yeah, I cannot read this one at all here. Channel. Oh! Right on. Thank you so much, Setmund. And after channel. I know it is a buff card. In foil. For 1 red. Oh. And a foil Cardo 3. I know it's a draw 3 cards for 4 mana. In foil. Hopefully I get to avoid this problem with the new archive. Harmonize. That's right. Right on. Thank you, Brandon. But those are some awesome cards. The new archive is going to be awesome as well. I got that all sleeved up there for you, Ezra. Surprised we had that many of the Japanese showcase and not. I'm normally used to every time we open them up, it's always the regular Mystical Archive. Thank you for ordering, Ezra. I get to make a fool of myself like I always do with them. I will say one of my favorite cards that I have is the Etched Ephemerate. Definitely some wild stuff out of there in general. The new archive looks very much the same. I don't think it's Claim the Firstborn because it's the one that gives +3/+2 until end of turn. But just thinking of some of the other Strixhaven adjacent-ish packs. I did not read past the first chapter of the new Strixhaven book, but the book starts on New Capenna. So, you know what? I'd say New Capenna is related too, and we do have New Capenna collector boosters in stock. At least the main character from that novel apparently appears to originate from New Capenna. Which it is real fun because they, at least from what I've gotten to so far, it does start with the lore after the Phyrexian invasion. So, be very interesting. I'm excited to actually get magic novels again. There's definitely lots of crazy ways to encounter Strixhaven adjacent packs. That being said, we do also have an empty queue. So if you would like to have packs open, you would be next. moonshotgamestore.com/live. We have collector boosters all the way back to Throne of Eldraine. I know another set I've weirdly seen enough, but maybe not weirdly seen enough. Strixhaven has been Mystery Booster 2. For some reason, I think every time I've opened a Mystery Booster 2 lately, at least one of the uncommons for somebody has been a Strixhaven uncommon. And I would say too, also, as we get ready for Strixhaven, you can always look at some of the sets we have that have a lot of those lands. Since we do have Infuriate. I'm infuriated I didn't recognize it, Ezra. Hopefully it's not as infuriating to read the Japanese showcase cards this time around. I still know the Demonic Tutor, though. And that Vampiric. That Vampiric Silver Scroll looks so good. Really makes me wonder what set they're going to go with copper raised foil, since now we've had the gold in New Capenna and we've had the silver in Strixhaven. They've got to do a copper. Unless they really just start doing it in every possible color. But it looks like the cards themselves also have a sheen to them, which is definitely different. Yeah, Zurin, I know they definitely did. It looks like the Mystical Archive, especially the Japanese showcase ones, they are a little bit harder to get this time around, but I'm really hoping that a lot of the other stuff in the set kind of makes up for it. Because there's all the prepared cards are definitely cool. Mr. Tice, yeah, waiting for the hot pink. That would be, more garish, the better, honestly. And Gregory, when we ship, I do not believe it should if it's sent, there should be something. I don't know, Lance, if you're hiding in the shadowy corners of chat, if you can confirm that. I know definitely if you do have questions on an order that has not shipped yet, absolutely you can always email support@moonshotgamestore.com. They can check that specific order. You can reply to the order number itself as well. You can reply to that email, and they should be able to give a little bit more research there to see what's going on. I believe it would be automatic, though they would send a shipping notification as well, but I may be wrong. And Andy, unfortunately, those did sell out just about a little bit over a half hour ago. So while we did sell out of Eternal, no, my mistake. We do not currently have Eternal in stock. It may come back at some point. I would definitely say to get on the Discord. That would probably be the best place to keep an eye open for when we do have those boxes that aren't part of the regular stocked inventory. Today we did have, as that special of the day, we had Ultimate Masters. But, you know, who knows what the future may hold. And say keeping up on Discord, especially Lance will send out normally a notice typically each day that'll let you know if there is something crazy going on. I know it may be a while since we're heading into pre-release time, and mostly the stream's going to be focused on just as much Strixhaven as possible. But, you know, after that, definitely recommend keeping an eye on the Discord, and that should give more info. And right on, Andy, for confirming the tracking information sent out. Let me go ahead. I see some orders come in. Definitely some cool stuff to open up here. Let's go ahead and grab these. Let me just see what's going on here with, there we go. Let me grab this next pack here for Benjamin. For Benjamin, we have 1 Bloomburrow collector pack. Good luck, Benjamin. Yeah, it'll definitely be cool to see where the where all the emeritus's come in. I will try my best here, Benjamin. Trying to hide there. Borderless, Season of Loss. Borderless, Baleful Strix. For the Common Good Showcase Frame. Extended Scurry of Squirrels. Clement the Worrywart. Go ahead and get these all sleeved up here for you, Benjamin. I do appreciate the order. Get that all set aside here. let's get Modern Horizons 2 Collector Booster for Pedro. Good luck, Pedro. After the forest, we have Extended Gaia's Will, Sketch Priest of Fell Rites, a foil-etched retro Arid Mesa, and Brea's Apprentice Extended. The etch retro foiling looks so great on the shocks here. Let me get this sleeved up here for you, Pedro. Thanks so much for ordering. Perfect thing to build a Lorehold deck with. That is good advice too there, Andy. Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see where all the Emeritus's land. The fact that they also put Reanimate on a body, I think that's going to be real fun to have that. The White Emeritus, too, also, like, I think it's going to be, like, it's not going to be great standard, but I think just the ability to play a 3/3 for 3 mana out of white, give somebody a token or give yourself a token, and then be able to, at any point in time, play Path of Exile. It's very flexible. And while, you know, even then, things get prepared. That's right. And out of black, that is so easy to do. I'm excited for that then. Oh, it is swords. That's right. That's right. And once again, I know a lot of people too are like, they're like, oh, well, you know, it's not good because you don't have a way to re-prepare it. And it's like, but it's in white though. When are you not going to be able to bounce it? Like, you have so many cards that let you just exile as protection. And yeah, exactly, Mr. Tice. I'd say that's kind of in the name of the game with skirting a lot of both banned lists and the reserved lists lately. And I think I also saw somebody pointing out that the black and white, oh, that's not the in general with prepared spells, that they do also technically cast out of exile, I think, which I'm still waiting for the rules clarification article that they normally do just to make sure that that's the case. But if that really is the case, you're going to see a lot of cards that care about casting spells from exile. Oh, it does count as player casting. Okay. there goes my planning on having fun with that grizzly bear out of Thunder Junction, but, you know, one can dream. Let's go ahead. For Kevin, we have 1. Murders at Karlov Manor Play Booster. Good luck, Kevin. Hard evidence from the list. Homicide Investigator. Go ahead and get that sleeved up here for you, Kevin. Thanks so much for ordering. I know it's not entirely the same, but Oathbreaker is a pretty fun format with a very similar idea there, Mr. Tice. We currently have an open queue. If you would like to have packs open up for you live on stream, moonshotgamestore.com/live. That's where you can go to see what we do have available to be opened up on stream. Once you order, we do have a few options for shipping: $6 for up to 9 packs, $10 for a 500 count box, or we can hold that until you are ready to have that sent out. The special we currently have this evening is we do have Duskborn 4 play booster bundles, limit 1 per person per stream at $17.99, so about $1 off per pack. If you did want to pick up some Duskborn, it's an excellent opportunity to do so. There's some cool stuff like Untimely Malfunctions, Sheltered by Ghosts, Writhing Torment. All of the Overlords are great. Glimmers, the Enduring Cycle is great. One of my more enjoyed sets in the last few years. Very nice, Zurin. I'm honestly surprised we haven't gotten a Blizzard secret lair yet. I know Hearthstone is still a thing, but I've kind of been itching for a physical WoW card game since the physical WoW card game stopped. And Fix What Is Broken, that was a fun little spoiler earlier today. The Silver Quill cards, definitely. I haven't found one that I haven't liked. I'd say both Silver Quill and Witherbloom are kind of calling me this time around. Yeah, one time, Disciple, it was when the first raid box they did came out. I ended up getting the turtle mount, and from the free. Oh no, it wasn't. It was from the treasure pack in the Onyxia box, and immediately sold that at Gen Con, basically to pay for like. Back when a couple $100 was still enough to pay for food for the weekend. It was a good time. It was a fun time. Hey there, Psycho. We do not have them on stream. We may have them. I do not know offhand if moonshotgamestore.com has them. Those are sent separate with separate shipping. They may be sold out already. So I would say that may be worth taking a look at. But unfortunately, on stream, we only have 4 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. We have just play and collector boosters. Yeah, Bard Typal is that is a kindred that definitely is going to benefit from Prismari. And I'll say that as far as the dragons, like, once again, I keep saying Silver Quill. I think I'm just too far gone for anything but Silver Quill. But I really like Casualty. That was one of my favorite mechanics from Streets of New Capenna, which we do have collector boosters of Streets of New Capenna in stock. The color identity might not match Silver Quill, but, you know, they both have Casualty now. And I will definitely say on TMNT, the promos in the pizza box, they did some great reprints there. And I think really in time, I think that there's gonna be some cards out of Turtles that are going to see standard play. Like we're already seeing Cool But Rude, because Visit Lessons needed more things to do. For rat decks, you also have the Rat King Verminister, the Splinter out of there. I've had a lot of fun with Izzet artifacts in general. So as we see more of that strategy, that's going to be, TMNT's going to be great there. Which, from the build that I have right now, as long as Edge of Eternities is still in standard, I think that at some point we'll see Izzet artifacts in some capacity. I know Slash is pretty good. People have been toying with and trying to get Boros Alliance to work. While there are definitely cards that do give impact tremor effects, having the Wrath that does, along with War Leader's Call, so as long as you've got Karlov Manor too, that's going to get played. I think the Double Strike Wrath is very undervalued at the moment. Super Shredder. I think that Super Shredder and Moonshadow, both from Lorwyn Eclipsed, I am surprised no one's figured out something to do with those yet. Because on paper, those are just both just absolutely undercosted cards for what effect they have. So I don't know. I think Turtles got, you know, it's however people feel about Universes Beyond aside from a mechanic standpoint. There's a lot of great stuff in there. Although I may also just be biased because I think Ninja Turtles are pretty cool. Definitely thinking about some of the other stuff too that we have in stock, which would really help out with Strixhaven. Hey there, Rancor. Next up, we have William with one of our Duskorn 4 Play Booster Back bundles. Limit 1 per person per stream. Good luck, William. Come back wrong. Unidentified hover ship. Tyvar the Pummeler. And last pack. Winter Misanthropic Guide. We go ahead and get these all sleeved up here for you, William. Thanks so much for ordering. Right on. There's lots of fun stuff out of Duskborn. Although I really do wonder what all of the Duskborn characters that went to Archivos, to Strixhaven, I have not seen them come up in the story at all yet. And yes, Rancor should be that Monday. I'd say keep an eye open for more details on when exactly that stream will start. I know Lance is still pinning that down, but big day is the 13th. We'll be taking that Sunday off, the 12th, so no stream on the 12th as we get ready for Strixhaven, but then on 13th. And let me see. I know it looks like Japanese there. Yep, they are a Japanese print run. And also, I know if it is sealed boxes, Rancor for that opening that Lance typically does, I do not have details on the pre-recorded openings yet, but I'd say if you do email lance@moonshotgamestore.com, Lance should be able to give you more information as we have that available as well. Anyway, should see Winter, should see Norin, and then Nico. Nico also went to Archivos with Simone at the end of the Duskborn story. But it's like, it's weird because like he's still there. Norin's still there too. And I think a lot of it though is it really feels like what we're seeing is if we look at Lorwyn Eclipsed, they put the Strixhaven students from the current story into Lorwyn. And then for the Strixhaven story, they put, I mean, what is assumptively the Reality Fracture, Liliana, Raoul, and then I know somebody else made appearance. I think it was Jace, the Jace in white robes. Let's go ahead and get 4 play boosters for Caleb as part of our 4 play booster bundle. Limit 1 per person per stream. Good luck, Caleb. I have not, Zurin. It'd be definitely interesting to see if Reality Fracture is more of that kind of story rancor. If not, I know we've had Overlord of the Mistmoors. I love that guy. Even though I keep forgetting how much mana he costs. I will have to take a look. I know with the one MagicCon coming up, next month? I'm sure they'll even show off more at that point. Speaking of Nico, there's a shard token. Foil, the Tale of Tamio. Silent Hall Creeper. And a Sheltered by Ghosts. Enduring Courage. I will have to take a look and see what they've dropped so far. I even forgot that they dropped some of the key art for Star Trek already. And I went and I looked at that recently and was like, oh yeah. Double exposure. RIP. Spawn Hunter. Let me go ahead and get these sleeved up here. Thanks so much for ordering, Caleb. Also, real wild that we didn't see any of the big Eldrazi tonight when we opened Ultimate Masters. Lots of other good rares out of Ultimate Masters. No Eldrazi. I think they were kind of afraid of the Archaics from Strixhaven. I think it's kind of wild that we're seeing a lot of the Archaic cards. Hey, Lance. Which really makes me think of Vivid as a mechanic. Right on, Zurin. I'll have to take a look in a little bit. But, yeah, I think that with them doing the Archaics the way they did, I think they really are setting up Lorwyn Eclipsed for, like, the Vivid mechanic there, which, once again, if you wanted to play the Archaics with some of those vivid cards. Now's a great time to get Lorwyn Eclipsed and try to grab those. Let me go ahead, get these next 2 name cards made. We appreciate everybody getting orders in here. If you would like to be after Patrick, moonshotgamestore.com/live. Let's get this next one for Connor here. Just need to play a little bit of musical chairs with some packs, including opening up a new box of Modern Horizons 3 Play Boosters. All right, for Connor, we have 1 of our Duskborn 4 Play Booster Pack bundles, a Modern Horizons 2 set booster, a Commander Masters set booster, and 3 Modern Horizons 3 Play Boosters. Good luck, Connor. Hopefully all the dust from moving will settle for you there, Rancor, before the set comes out. Enduring Curiosity and Withering Torment. Walk-in Closet, Forgotten Cellar. Which it really makes me think, like, Zimone spent all sorts of time wandering around this spooky haunted house. Finally got back to school after almost dying multiple times. And Phyrexians blew the whole thing up. Foil Entity Tracker, and Dissection Tools. That's really gotta be a bummer of a spring break, I guess. Last pack of Duskborn. Gloomlake Verge. Seen 2 Verges so far tonight. On to Modern Horizons 3. Chthonian Nightmare, and Deserted Temple, and Aslask the Swelling Scourge. For a triple rare pack. Exactly, sir. And I could watch an archaic kind of bust down and break the school or something. Because who knows how they're going to end the story there. And then Zimone just wouldn't be phased. He's too busy being a math nerd. Birthing Ritual. And I know they're not all bad, but all of the Quandrix cards, I just seem to get a headache. I just think about like Math Magics. I just don't want any more math. Sink into stupor. Sowing Mycospawn. And on to Modern Horizons 2. Piru the Volatile. Inevitable Betrayal. Foil, Priest of Fell Rights. And Commander Masters. Bloodchief Ascension. Day's Undoing. Miri, Weatherlight Duelist. Let me go ahead, get these all sleeved up here for you, Connor. Thanks so much for ordering again. And next up, we have Patrick. For Patrick, we have 2 Bloomburrow Play Boosters and a Commander Legends Battle for Baldur's Gate Collector Booster. Good luck, Patrick. See, why can't they send some of the Bloomburrow characters to Strixhaven to learn? Into the Floodmaw. Osteomancer Adept. Mistbreath Elder. And on to Commander Legends, Battle for Baldur's Gate. Elder Brain, Extended Mocking Doppelganger, Windshaper Planetar, Foil Etched Ragadraga, Monster Manual Frame Gale Waterdeep Prodigy, and Extended Foil Baylor. Go ahead and get these sleeved up here for you, Patrick. Thanks so much for ordering. And at least, I'm not a definitive Vorthos or lore expert here, but with the way that they've made the Omen Path seem in the current lore, that should happen. It should check out. And hey, Disciple Bolas, we saw a Urborg, a Mana Vault, and there's one other. Trying to remember. Phyrexian Tower. I think those were the coolest ones from the box today. I think it's always cool seeing almost every time we have a box that has an Urborg in it, potentially. Always seem to see an Urborg when I'm streaming. It's like it knows. It's like, hey, we gotta put the one of my favorite cards in the game. We gotta just make sure it's always there for somebody. But next up, let's grab these 2 packs for Caleb. Go ahead, open up a new box of Modern Horizons 3 Collector Boosters. Got both of these here for you, Caleb. 2 packs, Modern Horizons 3 Collector Boosters. Good luck. A foil Ugin's Labyrinth. That's a fun one. Aurora Shifter Extended. Borderless Frame Break Pearl Medallion. Recruiter of the Guard Retro. And Extended Foil Wooded Foothills. And yes, Rancor, it is on the Prosperity frame on that newspaper treatment. Second pack. Play boosters. Foil Blooded Strand. Bismuth Mine Render, Extended Disruptor Flute, Borderless Frame Break Flare of Duplication, and Foil Retro Solitude. Very fetching there. Fetch in both packs. Got those all sleeved up. Thanks so much for ordering there, Caleb. Indeed, Ice Prophet over in Twitch. I think all the Modern Horizons 3 collectors we've opened tonight have had something pretty cool in them, so that's been fun. Next up, we have William with 6 Bloomburrow play packs and 6 Outlaws of Thunder Junction play packs. Good luck. Which, you know, I will say, this is the perfect way if you get a Gev Scaled Scorch. He is both a lizard and a mercenary. So these two sets, if you're trying to build a Gev, actually go together very well. Scavenger's Talent. Ren the Relentless. There's been so many good rats lately as well, so Ren is a super fun commander. Dowerport Mage. And Showcase Frame, Osteomancer, Adept. It's a cool double rare pack. Byway Barterer, and Showcase Valley Quest Caller. Another double rare pack. Dreamdew Entrancer. Last pack of Bloomburrow. Keen-Eyed Curator Showcase Frame. And special guests, Relentless Rats. Packs really want you to make rats. And Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Good luck. See if we can find that mana drain. Especially when it's a very sought-after card like Relentless Rats. Or, unrelated, Bristly Bill. It's not a mana drain, but very close to one. Outcaster Trailblazer. Collective Defiance Prosperity Frame. Lila, Undefeated Slick Shot. Magda, the Horde Master. Overwhelming Forces Prosperity Frame. That's not the mythic we want to see on the Prosperity sheet, but still a fun board wipe. Great Train Heist. Ooh, and Vaultborn Tyrant from the vault. And last pack. Inspiring Vantage. Well, William, no mana drain, but was otherwise an incredibly successful visit to Thunder Junction. Vaultborn and Bill are definitely nothing to sneeze at here. We go ahead, got all those sleeved up. Thanks so much for ordering. And just making up these next name cards. Looks like we've stepped away from cowboy time and gone back to spooky haunted house season. If you would like to order packs and be after Easy Tabletop Dad, moonshotgamestore.com/live is where you can go and see what we have to order. As far as shipping options, we can do 6 packs for up to 9 packs for up to $6, $10 for a 500 count box, or we'll hold that until you are ready to ship those out. We do have 9 of our Duskborn 4-play pack booster bundles, limit 1 per person per stream. Get about $1 off per pack, $17.99 for 4 play packs. So we're going to go ahead. We have 2 of those to open up now. Let's get this next one. for Ramon. Good luck, Ramon. Chainsaw. The foil Razorkin Needlehead with Mirror Room Fractured Realms. Third pack. Let's also see if we can get the remaining Verges here. Nashi, Searcher in the Dark. And the last pack. Leyline of Resonance. Let me go ahead and get these sleeved up here for you, Ramon. Thanks so much for ordering. Just gotta spookily open up another box here of Duskborn. Four packs of Duskborn, House of Horrors, or Easy Tabletop Dad. Good luck. I feel like Wizards missed an opportunity to put in like one of those sound chips in the boxes like you have for like birthday cards of just spooky music whenever you open up one of these boxes. The Mind Skinner. And Leyline of Mutation. Definitely glad we could there, William. Thunder Junction just it's a great, just the two bonus sheets make it such a fun set to open. Kaito, Bane of Nightmares. And Roller Crusher Ride, Showcase Frame. Getting hit with a Planeswalker with Ninjutsu always feels bad. Like, you're not supposed to become a creature. You're not supposed to instant speed play Planeswalkers. What's going on here? An Everywhere token. Rip, Spawn Hunter. Last pack. So I think if I remember, everywhere is one of the pricier tokens. Grievous Wound. Let me go ahead and get these all sleeved up here for you, Easy Tabletop Dad. Thanks so much for ordering. Thank you again. Duskorn is always a hoot. That sounds like that's going to be fun if you use it with the disappear cards from Ninja Turtles. Next up, we have Connor, this time with 3 Modern Horizons 3 play packs, a Modern Horizons 2 set booster, and a Kaldheim collector booster. Good luck, Connor. Thief of Existence. Arna Kennerud in the portrait frame. And then Boggart Trawler. Last pack of Modern Horizons 3. Eldrazi Linebreaker. On to Modern Horizons 2. Back on Shadow Slayer. Sterling Grove. Heartwood Storyteller from the list. And Kaldheim Collector. Valkyrie Harbinger. Search for Glory Extended. Runeforged Champion. Borderless Hengegate. Mistgate, and Bergie, God of Storytelling Showcase Frame. Go ahead, get that sleeved up. Bergie's a fun card. As always, thanks so much for ordering, Connor. Right on. I keep forgetting she has gotten that high. I know her, and then I know Turgrid. Turgrid's still doing pretty good too. A lot of the Kaldheim gods are. I love how they did that flip artifact for them. I'll get there, Caleb. I'll get there. It's normally the silly things that get me excited, or the weird things. I don't know. I would say too, it is strange when it's something that it's like, well, I don't think I'm ever going to get that. Trading is always an option. Pulling different stuff is always an option that you can trade in, I've had a lot of luck just lucking into stuff as well. Random pulls. Fair enough, Caleb. And I'll say playing at local LGSs is also always a fun way. I know in the same day, both me and my partner managed to pull. I pulled a promo stamped Maha, and they pulled a promo stamped Bristly Bill, like in the same night from a promo pack. It would hopefully be a calm evacuation. People don't calmly evacuate enough. And I will say, I obviously don't have as much of a problem bringing my trades to Gen Con, but I don't know, some low profile binders or just throwing in some choice rares in a deck box. Never the worst idea. We currently have a open queue for people just tuning in here. I am Clint. This is Rip and Ship by Moonshot Games. We're Moonshot Games, a WPN premium LGS in Noblesville, Indiana. If you would like to order packs and have them opened up live on stream, moonshotgamestore.com/live is where you can go to see what we have available. We have collector boosters all the way back to Throne of Eldraine, stuff as new as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and we've got lots of other cool stuff, including Duskborn, 4 play pack bundles, $17.99. Limit 1 per person per stream. We've got 9 of those left for the evening. So if you want some Verges, some Enduring Glimmers, chance at the Overlords, all sorts of stuff in that set. Great uncommons too. I love Sheltered by Ghosts. Definitely try and see what's inside of those. So feel free to place an order there. You would be next. I would get to that right away for you. Yeah, it's I think every time I open up one of those for myself, I think there's something I use out of each one. Like, it's got a lot of good cards. I also think it's funny while Nico Light of Hope came out of Duskborn, a lot of the time when you're building commander decks, I mean, you all know how it is, you know, normally you're putting all sorts of different sets together, trying to get things from, you know, typically there'll be some things in the set that work with one another, especially with recent sets. But Nico works really well with all the enchantment synergy from the set itself. So it's a good portion of that deck inadvertently is just Duskborn. Like, Ghostly Dancers is such a hilarious card when you can get it pulled off. Caesar, and that's when you explain that they need the challenge to get better. If they don't make it harder for them to win, how will they get better at Magic? But I'm also just surprised we have not seen Zimone out of Duskborn tonight either yet. Since those pesky Strixhaven students are really showing up everywhere. I mean, I will say one of my hot takes here is, at its core, net decking is not inherently a bad thing. I will say it's a little bit silly when it comes to a completely net decked commander deck. But I would say the quickest way to learn a deck typically is net decking. And it's one thing if you're a brand new player, you're coming into Magic and you just type in what's the most powerful list in all of Magic for X format. You know, you're not really going to learn the mechanics there that way. But once you've been kind of grinding away, I can't really speak as much specifically for Magic, but a lot of other TCGs that I was competitive at, I'm not going to learn the top 8 decks or figure out or crack the meta myself. I'm just going to look at what everybody else is playing, and I'm going to either throw them together, proxy them up for testing, play them, play against them, and then use that to kind of make that informed decision about how my deck building looks and what cards that I actually need. So definitely no shame to the net deckers out there. But then there's also the crazy people like me that also do like off-meta things. Like, if we look, I know we talked earlier a little bit about TMNT, because I really do think there's some off-the-wall cards out of that set that are going to keep popping up in Standard once people kind of get used to Sneak a little bit. But I think Lorwyn Eclipse, that's a good set to try to, you know, the Kindred gives you some ideas here if you're going to go off the beaten path and not try to net deck. Exactly, Laggy. That's really the kind of other part of it, because like I remember playing card games in the 90s, and like you had, like, if it was a larger card game, so if you had Magic the Gathering, you know, you would be able to like read Inquest or Scry or any of the other magazines that were prevalent at the time, get a little bit of hints, but really you would have to hopefully be traveling to tournaments to play. But the local metas didn't almost ever seem to match up. You had like that one guy that actually did go to other stores or go to regional tournaments that actually knew what the format actually looked like. And you did see off-meta decks a lot more frequently, but not even just off-meta decks, just straight up bad decks. I don't know, it really... At least with local play now, there's lots of resources for playing. So, you know, people don't go entirely blindsided in. Which then reminds me of the other set to call out of what does have a lot of meta-capable cards. Good old Avatar: The Last Airbender. Lessons are a hoot. Lessons are absolutely a hoot. I'm a little bit sad that there's only the capstone lessons. There's only the 5 of those in Strixhaven coming out. But I'd say the saddest part of all about that for me is that the best one is the black one, which you can't play out of Iroh Grand Lotus in Commander. I think that the other ones, though, it is kind of funny that they did put like 5 or 7 mana lessons into the game, because Iroh Grand Lotus is going to be able to flash those back for 1. And since Iroh's got Izzet colors, the amount of loot effects in Commander, as well as even in Standard, for just being able to play the talents from Bloomburrow. I don't know. I think that's going to be fun. I think that's going to catch a few people off guard. So, Avatar and the lessons there, definitely a good time. And Badgermole Cub. Badgermole Cub is still a great card. With Quandrix being in the set too, I definitely need to look at the Quandrix spoilers for Strixhaven. Because, you know, where Simic Ouroboros is still definitely a thing. Let's see if Strixhaven changes that. Remastered. I will say, Lance, I Ravnica's great. I like Ravnica because that was the period I came back, was the original Ravnica. Was one of those lulls. But I think I still have to give it to Innistrad Remastered. I have never opened up an Edgar for somebody on stream. I've opened up multiple Avacens. I think every time I open up Innistrad Remastered, I see Avacen. I'm really curious to know who will eventually break that curse. Yeah, I have not opened up in the almost 4 months I've been here now. I have not opened up a single Edgar. Zurin, that will be me at the next standard showdown with Psychic Frog if it happens. I want that frog. Want that frog a lot. Well, I know we do have most of those remastered sets. I know we do have Innistrad Remastered. We have Ravnica Remastered. And I'm fairly sure we do have Dominaria Remastered, which has always been fun to open up. And if you would like to see what packs we do have available as well, moonshotgamestore.com/live. Anything you order there at the /live link is what we'd go ahead and open up on stream for you. Yep, and we do still have that limit 1 per person per stream Duskorn bundle. Yep, the Verges are in there. Half the Verges are in Duskorn, the other half are in Aetherdrift. And the cards are spooky. I like spooky cards. Final Fantasy is also just a great set, which we do have Final Fantasy in stock as well. The play boosters are always a treat. Although I'm still scratching my head over why, like, Timna the Weaver is such a fun card. But why is Timna as the source material with the Yoshitaka Amano art as Cecil? Why is that so much cheaper than the regular Timna? Like, it's got the Amano art and everything. It's got one of, like, the most storied JRPG artists of all time. Just absolutely stunning looking card. And I know a lot of it too is because the special guests in Final Fantasy, I think that might be part of it, is I think regular Timna's only in foil. Stay With Me is the Ristic in there, Andy. Which, once again, the fact that there is a bonus sheet in the set, which turns up pretty frequently on play boosters even, that's got everything from, like, Ristic to Perforos to Atraxa to Timna. There's a lot of wild stuff on that bonus sheet. And also, it's always just fun seeing a Sephiroth, a Vivi, a Cloud. Very nice, Grim. Yeah. Just Kefka. I love Kefka as a character so much. At some point, I have the Kefka Poison the Waters playmat coming in the mail. I do not doubt that for a moment, Grim, because there are very few decks that I'm not allowed to play by various people I know. Kefka is public enemy number one. So yeah, Final Fantasy, definitely a good set. We did also open up a Spider-Man collector booster this evening, which I think that, you know, a lot of it with Magic, we've all seen the way certain rares have been spiking lately with synergies from sets a couple sets down the road. I really think that now is a great time to pick up some heroes or villains before Marvel comes out. Especially if you feel like you're going to play those Marvel hero or villain decks. I think a lot of those cards from Spider-Man are going to get a second lease at life. And there's some stuff that's just really underlooked. I think it was I've been playing a lot more 5-mana commanders lately, and I've been throwing Doc Ock's tentacles into every single one of them. Like both the mono blue Krang. It's hilarious because his CMC is, I think, 8, but you're almost always going to end up playing him for 2 mana. So even something like Doc Ock's Tentacles works great with him. Works all right out of Kefka. Works great out of Pizza Face. I wish Genova from Final Fantasy was 1 more mana. Then I would definitely throw it on her. And looking back further than that, last July, August, we had Edge of Eternities. Definitely a little sad we didn't get to see an Ancient Tomb tonight from Ultimate Masters. But we still do have Edge of Eternities available. So I would say it's even better than an Ultimate Masters Ancient Tomb. Is a Galaxy Foil Ancient Tomb. And there's a lot of the shocks in the set as well. If you are looking for Godless Shrines for your Silver Quill deck, there's a great opportunity there. Yeah, we definitely did see some fun Outlaws play packs, which once again, Edge play packs, Final Fantasy. Yeah, that's a good one. Marsh Flats, you can grab that out of Modern Horizons too. And Tarkir. I still think it's funny that I tend to see, which, don't know, correct me if I'm wrong here on this, Lance, the odds of pulling a base mythic Elspeth or Ugin are still a lot higher than pulling a special guest out of Tarkir. Yet, I still see more fetches out of Tarkir than I do Elspeth or Ugin. I would assume it's as rare as any other mythic. But Tarkir Dragonstorm also has a lot of other very neat stuff. I know, especially with a lot of mythics. True. And I know, especially with Lorehold having such a big focus on taking stuff out of the graveyard and making a lot of little guys, I think at least 2 of the 3 Mardu colors, I think the Boros part of Mardu, if that makes sense, works real great out of Lorehold from Tarkir. So just mobilize, getting those tokens in. Tarkir Dragonstorm had a lot of wacky cards in it. After Tarkir Dragonstorm, we did have Aether Drift, which I still think Aether Drift was really fun. I like vehicles a lot. Mounts, a little bit less so. But Stock Up is an excellent card. The Sabsunin Boommobile. Boom. Because we bring the boom. But Sabsunin, the frog god, I think she's gonna probably see some play in Quandrix. So I think that's something to definitely jump on there. You have the other half of the Verges in Aether Drift. Got your Chrome Mox, you've got your Aether Spark. Both of those are highly chaseable cards. Goblins are great. House Squad Heavy is one of my favorite rares from that set too. And yeah, I think that is the best printing of loot. The name, which I will not say. I think for me, Avatar, not to circle back too much, I think Avatar between It'll Quench Ya, That's Rough Buddy, Secret Tunnel, like Secret Tunnel. Rancor is a valid option. Trying to think of some of the other. I think a lot of the unset cards as well, which we do have Infinity in stock, as I think we do. I should have checked before I said that. Yes, we do. We do have Infinity. Because we have every collector booster. Of course we do. Unfinity's got a lot of silly card names. From Unglued, I still miss Herloon Wrangler. Knight of the Hokey Pokey. Volrath's motion sensor. A lot of fun ones out of there. The cheese stands alone is still one of the best win cons. Which, while they didn't go all the way back to Unglued, some of the throwback cards in Unfinity, it's great seeing those in Unfinity as well. Super secret tech and also the Wizard's R&D lair. I like the R&D land. I've been a little bit behind on spoilers, but I did not see them. I know a lot of the, I'd say the showcase Writhing Torment. I just love, and yeah, and Sheltered can't be since it's an enchantment. They should have put an untimely malfunction on there. And for everyone just tuning in here, I am Clint. This is Rip and Chip by Moonshot Games. We're Moonshot Games, a WPN Premium LGS in Noblesville, Indiana. If you'd like to order packs, moonshotgamestore.com/live. We had a pretty cool Ultimate Masters opening, Tommy. Got to see the Mana Vault, a Urborg, and also a Phyrexian Tower. A few Overlords from Duskborn has been cool. I think we've only seen 2 of the Verges so far. I saw some cool Outlaws of Thunder Junction play packs. Several fetch lands from Modern Horizons. From 3 specifically. Yeah, Untimely's up there, Sheltered. Before the last store championship that me and my partner played in, I drove around roughly, I think it was, close to 2 hours. And I know, Lance, you probably remember the story of me trying to find the Hinterland Sanctifier. What I also left out of that was also Sheltered by Ghosts was on that list. I was inevitably able to scrap together enough Sheltered by Ghosts. Or I think 3 of the 4 I wanted. But it's a hard card to get. And Withering is some of my favorite moon removal, I'd say. Withering, Feed the Swarm, and also Shredder's Technique. They've really been giving Black some fun removal pieces lately. But I'd say Withering Torment, definitely a great hit out of Duskborn. Which we do still have. our Duskborn 4 playpack bundles. Limit 1 per person per stream. $17.99, so you'll save about $1 per pack roughly. If you're trying to grab any of those cool uncommons or even any of the other fun stuff from the set. Tommy, I would say that if it was to go and be admired, the diamond, if it was to go into a deck, which odds are whenever I get a card, I'm always thinking about what deck it's going to go into, it would probably be the Cradle. From a gameplay standpoint, Cradle definitely is the better card. And I know that's a controversial hot take, but although if you get one Mox, you have to get all of the Moxes. I don't make the rules. I don't know. I know the old Magic Guard, the Vintage and Legacy players would probably be a little bit offended. It's also one of those things too where it's like when you think about it, what it boils down to is Gaia's Cradle helps you more if you're ahead, but the Mox helps you more if you're behind. And you can only really have one land drop per turn anyway. And what if you're playing a deck that doesn't care about creatures? Or if you don't want green mana at all, which I get that. But then again, that's also why I love the Edge of Eternity's planets, because they feel like just very fair version of Gaia's Cradle on there. On Evendo. I like Evendo. Exactly, Zurin. That's where it's like, once again, that's where it's like Diamond. If you start the game with Diamond, you can play into that one turn victory, you know? Also the era of Magic too, because it's like which one of those is more like fond memories, which one, you know, both reserved list, but and while I do definitely enjoy the older Moxes and the older cards in general, Cradle definitely was when I started to play a lot more. I was a lot more aware of what I was doing in the game. But Cradle's best. Oh, let me go ahead. Looks like we have a fun order in here. All right, next up we have William with 2 Lord of the Rings set boosters and a Doctor Who collector booster. Good luck, William. I do love the TARDIS frame cards. Here's hoping we see something cool for you. Gather courage from the list. King of the Oathbreakers. Second set booster of Lord of the Rings. Display of Power. And lastly, Doctor Who collector booster. Lovely Surge planes. The Ninth Doctor. Vizsla Turlo. Temple of Plenty. Wedding Ring. Surge Truth or Consequences. Extended Clara Oswald. Extended Overgrown Farmland. Extended Foil 10th Doctor. Extended Heroic Intervention. Extended Surge Ensnared by the Mara. Extended Surge Desolate Lighthouse. An Extended Surge Sycorax Commander. TARDIS frame 10th Doctor. Foil TARDIS frame 9th Doctor. Go ahead, get all this sleeved up here for you, William. Thanks so much for ordering. Yeah, I think it was sometime last year I finally got caught up on New Who. I finally got all the way through the 15th Doctor. It's a wild collector booster, just given the fact that they put so many rares in the commander decks. So it is, once again, rare after rare after rare, and surge treatment all the way down, it feels like. The TARDIS frame is absolutely just perfectly fitting for the IP. Very nice, Ern. Yeah, it's that same thing that made Fallout such a good set. And if you like either Fallout or Who, they're great. I think there was definitely a hit to the writing with Jodie Whittaker. I do like her overall and what she was going for. And I think that if they would have given more time and changed up the showrunners, I really think it could have been good. Next up, we have Paul. With one Final Fantasy Collector Booster. Also a fun set to open up. Good luck, Paul. A foil portrait, Arden the Usurper. Foil Van, Aspiring Sky Pirate as Captain Lannery Storm, source material. Borderless Y'shtola Rule. Extended Barret, Avalanche Leader. Extended Go-Go, Mysterious Mime. And a foil Aerith Gainsborough. Love the art on Stolen Uniform. Let me go ahead and get these sleeved up here for you, Paul. Thanks so much for ordering. And with the study, I know out of a collector booster, there's still just the one source material. So there's that one source material slot guaranteed. But since Ristic is upshifted to Mythic, it would be the odds of hitting that Mythic there. So it is, yeah, fairly hard. But see, that's the other thing with Who, though, is once again, they always will use British actors. So Katie Sackhoff is. I think a lot of it comes down to as well is the amount of money that the BBC puts into Who. It just does not feel like enough. Well, let me go ahead. I've got these next packs here for Connor. we've got five Final Fantasy Play Boosters, 3 Modern Horizons 3 Play Boosters, 2 Commander Legends Draft Boosters, and a Commander Masters Set Booster. Good luck, Connor. Starting with Final Fantasy. Kuja, Genome Sorcerer. Looking like my more powered down version of Kefka there with Kuja and Locke. They're fun cards. Kuja can be very nasty out of Wizard Kindred. Foil Kane, Traitorous Dragoon, and Serapharin, and Minwu White Mage. The triple rare pack. The Emperor of Palmacia is also a great pauper commander. That is the first I'm hearing of that, Tommy. Surveil lands and Delny are going to get pretty crazy if they do that. Wild Rose Rebellion, Counterspell Source Material, and Xanakrand, Ancient Metropolis. Slimes Against Humanity is another one then. You've had the urge to build slime, now is a good time to do it then, I guess. Aerith Gainsborough. Last pack of Final Fantasy. Borderless Summon Knights of the Round. Yes, the one that I really want. I missed pre-ordering it, but I'm gonna get it whenever I can finally, is the Silver Quill. I already grabbed the Air Triet from Wilds of Eldraine onto Modern Horizons 3. I really want to throw auras at somebody offensively. Spy Master's Vault. And Sapphire Medallion. And Consigned to Memory. But I think I'm going to end up getting the Silver Quill one, and we'll see. We'll see how high I try to push it there. Flare of Denial. And Shillingar, Sire of Famine. And I think I'll end up getting the Lorehold one as well. but the one I'm most jazzed about actually upgrading is definitely Silver Quill. Last pack of Modern Hero. Oh, foil. Springheart and Antuco. Kozilek's Command. I know a lot of it is just for the land tax, but I really want it for Killian. On to Commander Legends. Undergrowth Stadium. Second pack Commander Legends. Rings of Brighthearth. And Kodama of the East Tree. Rayav has always been one of my MVPs in Captain America. Commander Masters. So, definitely excited to see how much equipment. If they don't put equipment in The Hobbit, I would be very confused. Nahiri. Yeah, Nahiri I could see. Definitely doing work out of Nahiri. After the reality shift, a nesting dragon. Zatalpa Primal Dawn. Lightning Greaves with the Arcane Signet. Counterspell. Go ahead, get all this cool stuff sleeved up here for you, Connor. Thanks so much for ordering. All I know is I may end up also getting Witherbloom as well. I would say the only two that I'm really not feeling are Prismari, even though I am glad they reprinted Goldspan Dragon, and then definitely not Quandrix for multiple reasons. And next up, we have Seeker. For Seeker, we have one of our Duskborn 4 Play Booster Pack bundles. Limit 1 per person per stream. You can get about $1 off, $17.99 off per pack. We do have these still available at moonshotgamestore.com/live. Good luck, Seeker. And Rancor, as far as deck boxes, I have one of the larger Gamegenic vaults, and they fit real nicely with the Squires. Come back wrong. fear of missing out. Yeah, I just don't like math. And I'm glad Harmonic is getting a reprint, because that was one of those cards that I kind of was a very big gut punch buying for Kefka. Toby, Beastie Befriender. Especially when you look at Naban, which Naban is like a 50-cent card. Although Naban is only on enters. Entity Tracker. And the Mind Skinner. And last pack. Yep, Norn did show up. There's a fun one. Valgavoth, Terror Eater. Let me go ahead and get Valgavoth and friends all sleeved up here for you, Seeker. Thanks so much for ordering. With that, we do have an open queue. If you would like to order packs, moonshotgamestore.com/live. You are just tuning in. I'm Clint. This is Rip and Ship by Moonshot Games. We're Moonshot Games, a WPN premium LGS in Noblesville, Indiana, about 30 minutes north of Indianapolis. I have a few different options for shipping: $6 for up to 9 packs, $10 for a 500 count box, or we can hold that till you are ready to have that shipped out with applicable shipping due to Strixhaven pre-release shipping schedules. Those cards would be sent out with applicable shipping on April 17th, next Friday. And sadly, no Rancor. They have not made Gremlins. They should. They should. Especially if they can make a Gremlins token. I finally made a Brawl version of Nico Light of Hope. And I finally had to put Gremlin Tamer in the deck. Actually works pretty good. There have been so many of those, Zarin. There's at least 3 or 4 Gremlins knockoffs. Secret Lair critters. Although I will say, pests very much could be critters. And if you wanted to do a Killer Clowns from Outer Space commander deck, Unfinity and Duskborn would definitely get you a good part of the way there. which we do have both of those available. That was honestly the tier 1 way to build Kefka that I resisted, was Clown Kindred. It's unfair that Kefka doesn't have the clown keyword. But he's not a clown, he just looks like one. Speaking of Kefka and Kefka-related sets, let's go ahead and get these next 2 packs here for Mike. Two Final Fantasy collector boosters. Good luck, Mike. Portrait Foil Van, Street Thief. A Promise Fulfilled as Light Up the Stage, Source Material. Oh, Surge Foil Tifa, Borderless. Martial Artist. Need to look that one up here in a moment. Helena, Turk Recruit. Sin, Spyra's Punishment. And foil, Starting Town. Let me just check one thing here real quick. Surge Tifa is very cool. Let me... Yep, that was my... Yep, next step here. Definitely want to make sure we're getting her secure. Very nice. And second pack. Moogle's Valor, Borderless. Shadowbringers as Dovin's Veto, Source Material. Y'shtola, Knight's Blessed. Borderless, Excalibur 2. Lindblom, Industrial Regency. And the Earth Crystal. Sid, Timeless Artificer from Final Fantasy VI. Let me go ahead, sleeve up everything else here for you, Mike. Got that. And once again, there's Tifa. So awesome. Thanks so much for ordering there, Mike. Good night there, Rancor. And we now have an open queue. So if you would like to order packs, moonshotgamestore.com/live, you would be next. And go ahead and get that open up for you right away on stream here. We still do have our Duskborn 4 play pack bundles, $17.99, limit 1 per person per stream. Got collector boosters all the way back to Throne of Eldraine. And lots of other cool stuff. Final Fantasy has always been such a fun set to open up. I know we talked a little bit about some of the more recent sets, some of the remastered sets. Now I just want a Final Fantasy remastered. Which, once again, they only had one set, so more so just maybe remastered games, the set. Just Final Fantasy VII, all the way down. And then if they throw in tactics. Throw in tactics. We also have Bloomburrow in stock, which has been a hoot to open. Definitely glad that we do have that available, especially with Maha being so great out of Anti-Ul. Three Trees City still being an excellent land. Yigra being one of my favorite cards in recent years. Lots of other cool stuff hiding in Bloomburrow as well. Oh, let me go ahead and get this next order here once it loads up. For Pedro. We have one Commander Legends Draft Booster and 2 Modern Horizons 3 Play Boosters. Good luck, Pedro. Polluted Delta. And second pack. Abstruse Appropriation, and Commander Legends. Flamekin Herald, Amareth the Lustrous, and a foil Triumphant Reckoning. Go ahead and get these sleeved up here for you, Pedro. Thanks so much for ordering. Very cool getting a fetch as well. Never have too many of those. And with that, we again do have an open queue. If you would like to order packs, moonshotgamestore.com/live. At that link, you can see what we have available for order that we can open up for you right away on stream. $6 for up to 9-pack shipping, $10 for a 500 count box, or we can hold that until you are ready to have that shipped out. If you're just joining us, we do have Duskorn for Play Boosters as part of a Play Booster bundle, $17.99, about $1 off per the regular booster price. And we'll go ahead and stream at least until 12:30 this evening Eastern. If we have orders come in after 12:30 Eastern, we'll go ahead and keep streaming up until 2 a.m. Good night, Zarin. But the last we left off, I know we were talking a little bit about Bloomburrow as well, but I know the set that we have most recently after, well, before Bloomburrow, good old Assassin's Creed. I cannot say how much I love that set. That's so many good reprints. It's been a while since I've gotten to play my Ezio deck. And I still don't think I have put my skateboard into Ezio. But I really want to see skateboarding Ezio. Next up, we have Samuel with 1 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Collector Booster. Good luck, Samuel. Cowabunga time. The Ooze. Here comes a new hero. Kitsune, Dragon's Daughter Extended. A foil doubling season. And Borderless, The Scene, Krang, and Shredder. Let me go ahead and get these sleeved up here for you, Samuel. Thanks so much for ordering. And next up, we have Irina with 1 Commander Legends Draft Booster. Good luck, Irina. Laboratory Drudge. Let me go ahead, get this sleeved up here for you. Thanks so much for ordering, Irina. Commander Legends was a very fun time, though. I know everyone's definitely trying to grab their own, and getting ready for Strixhaven to grab a Jessica's Will probably from Mystical Archive. Original Jessica's Will is still right there in Commander Legends. Between that and the Courts. Lots of fun stuff they tried to put in. Lots of beefy, crazy cards in that set. As well as Jeweled Lotus. Banned or not, it's still such an excellent Commander card. I still keep meaning to get mine signed one day by the artist, but I always forget. Especially now that it's banned, I haven't been taking it in the deck box with me anywhere. Maybe this is the Gen Con I fix that. Who knows? And we've got Irina with an Avatar, The Last Airbender Play Booster. Good luck. Momo, Friendly Flyer. Bandit attachments and boomerang basics. That's always fun if you're building a lessons deck. But also, they call him Friendly Flyer, but I have not seen that Momo be a friendly card. That's a very mean flyer, if you ask me. But let me get that all set aside for you. Thanks so much for ordering again, Irina. They should call him Momo Jerk Face, Jerk Flyer, Meanie, Stupid, Dumb, Rude, Boros deck guy. Because that's normally where I see him. Flying creatures don't need cost reduction. I do not need to see people curve out earlier due to a lemur. But they do. And it hurts every time. And we do have an open queue. Who would like to order packs and have those opened up here on stream? moonshotgamestore.com/live. Go ahead and hang out here until at least 12:30 Eastern. So about another 27 minutes. If we do have orders come in after that time, I'm more than glad to stick around till 2 a.m. to make sure we get that all squared away and taken care of for everybody. Definitely some wild stuff this evening. The Ultimate Masters box has been very fun to go through that. Seen some pretty cool stuff out of Duskborn. Didn't see as many of the Verges as I thought we would, but we still do have those bundles available. Limit 1 per person per stream. Outlaws of Thunder Junction play boosters have been kind of crazy tonight. And then that Surge Tifa from the Final Fantasy Collector boosters. And also, it was fun, speaking of Surges, just opening up a Doctor Who booster. If I had time, I'd probably end up rewatching some Who, but yeah, there's lots of other stuff to watch and do and exist through. Especially as we get very close to Strixhaven release. We do also have collector boosters going all the way back to Throne of Eldraine. So if there is anything at all you're interested in seeing open up for you on stream, moonshotgamestore.com/live. It's been a fun evening so far. We did also get to see quite a few awesome Modern Horizons 3 collector and play packs today. Those foil etched fetch lands are amazing. And just fetch lands in general. We do also have Murders at Karlov Manor, which Dulny and Surveil lands, always a fun time. Ooh. We talked a little bit about all the remastered sets, including those we have: Life Ravnica remastered, Innistrad remastered, and Dominaria. So lots of cool throwbacks, very nostalgic lore hits in all of those sets. We also do have Lost Caverns of Ixalan in stock. Do love some dinosaurs. Roaming Throne is hiding somewhere in those packs, as well as good old Anacrypt. Wilds of Eldraine also is something we do have. The set packs, you know, I always look at Enchanting Tales as like a counterpart to Mystical Archives. And hey, if you don't want instants and sorceries, why not grab a boatload of enchantments? we've also got to see a little bit of Commander Masters, which when those packs do have multiple rares, they tend to have multiple rares and a lot of playable commander cards. The borderless treatments they put in on the commander staples is absolutely gorgeous as well. And we have Lord of the Rings, which it can't be soon enough till we go back to The Hobbit. I do definitely want to enjoy Strixhaven, don't get me wrong. And I think Marvel's going to be a fun time. But after that, there's Hobbits. And while we wait for Hobbits, original Lord of the Rings set is absolutely just fun. I keep coming back to wanting to build a lot of food decks, and almost all of them involve Hobbits. We have March of the Machine and March of the Machine Aftermath. So we'll never forget after coming here to Rip and Ship. I think it was, maybe it was even my first stream, opening up for someone the Renata of the Wild Hunt serialized. So I did not open up any March of the Machine when it first came out. But seeing a serialized card out of it is absolutely wild. While I tend to be a little bit laid back in general, there's definitely a little bit between laid back and shocked silent. Pulling a serialized definitely does make you kind of quiet down a little bit. Let's put it that way. At least for me. And before that was Phyrexia, All Will Be One, which I do love the art treatments in that set. And before that, Brothers War, which the artifact, the schematic, and the serialized artifacts out of that set are so absolutely awesome. And Transformers. I'm honestly surprised we haven't gotten a full Transformers set yet. And a little bit more silly, Unfinity. I know we talked about that a lot, but I like the unsets. I hope they do another one at some point. And have not seen any Double Masters 2022 open today, but that's always a fun one. And we did get to open a Commander Legends Battle for Baldur's Gate pack. I do love the foil Monster Manual treatments, just because they tend to make the black background just one blob of that foil color, which honestly it looks good. It looks good on most cards if you ask me. We did mention Streets of New Capenna a little bit earlier too. If I didn't have to rush home and get ready for an early morning tomorrow, I probably would read more of the Strixhaven novel, which, where I'm at in the novel, the protagonist still has not left New Capenna. So, yeah, I've got New Capenna on the mind a little bit here. Just a bit. And we do also have Kamigawa Neon Dynasty available as well. The Neon Ink cards are crazy. The Ukiyo lands are just absolutely gorgeous. I was so glad that was a set that I got to do a lot of drafting of. Modified creatures is a fun time, as well as those artifact creatures that end up reconfiguring. Also, sometimes I get to make Captain America throw a jellyfish at people. It's not efficient, but it's funny. We're going all the way back here on packs such as Crimson Vow and Midnight Hunt. I think those two are kind of linked hand in hand. I don't know if anyone in chat wants to shout out what they like better, vampires or werewolves. While both sets kind of had a smattering of both, I know elves. Elves aren't vampires or werewolves. Elves. I mean, that's I gotta go all the way back to Lorwyn Eclipse for that. Or Lathril from Foundations. Yeah, and Lathril's in Foundations as well. I forgot to block a Lathril today in Arena. I was trying to sneak my dailies in during the middle of the day when I had a little bit of downtime. I had a break of all the craziness I have to do when I'm not here. And just let Lathril just walk right in and make like 10 elves. And we'll go ahead and we'll stream at least until 12:30. If we have orders past 12:30, we'll go ahead and keep streaming up until 2 a.m. About every 5 minutes, we'll start a timer just to make sure that we get everyone squared away here. But if we do go past 12:30, we'll go ahead and call it for the evening. And then Lance will be back tomorrow at 8:30 Eastern. Ah. Yeah, that really is a mood, isn't it, Lance? That's not here, but definitely during the earlier in the day. I definitely had some tab management issues myself. I get it here. And Duskorn is definitely a fun time. Especially if you like spooky stuff. Yeah, one of my favorite strategies in Nico Light of Hope is going and just swinging with so Nico Light of Hope, for those not familiar, Nico will exile temporarily non-legendary creature, and they make 2 shard tokens, enchantments that are shards anytime they enter. So you flicker Nico a lot, you make a lot of shards, but one of the funniest interactions you can do is Silent Hall Creeper from Duskborn. Because Nico's from Duskborn as well from that set, this Nico. Silent Hall Creeper swings, and if Silent Hall Creeper deals damage, it's unblockable. It can copy another creature on the field and become that creature. So you can basically just make such a chain of weird creature effects using the swing with, like, worst case scenario, Silent Hall Creeper, you turn all the shards into Hall Creepers, they all swing, they all deal +1, they all draw you 1 card is one of the things Hall Creeper can do. Otherwise, you can do something silly, like have them all copy like a Ghostly Dancer, something like that. And then you just manage to flicker Nico 1 time and oops, too many tokens. Duskborn's got a lot of weird cards like that. The Overlords are great. I like Impending. Impending is a more fun way of doing. I think you can. I think if you need more than a handful of spin downs to count how many tokens. But I've had situations between Ghostly Dancers and Silent Hall Creeper and Gremlin Tamer and Lord of the Mistmoors and where out of Nico where they're just all becoming copies of each other and Nico's still making enchantments and they're all enchantment creatures. It's just funny. Like, it doesn't seem like a token deck, and it's not necessarily a token deck. But then you also have, like, Hero of Blade Hold, and then that one Archon that makes Pegasi. But a good bulk of the cards from that deck are out of Duskborn. It's also cool seeing, see another order here. Let's go ahead and get this for Connor. All right, Connor. This time we have 5 Final Fantasy Play Boosters, 2 Commander Legends Draft Boosters, and a Kamigawa Neon Dynasty Collector Booster. Good luck as always, Connor. Joshua, Phoenix Dominant. Zidane as Ragavan, Nimble Pilferer, source material, and Borderless, Valthier, and Fran. Ragavan's a fun hit that they snuck on this bonus sheet as well. Thrum of Vestige, Lightning Bolt source material, the Fire Crystal, Foil Ultima, Origin of Oblivion, and Dion, and the Water Crystal. 3 rare pack. Last pack of Final Fantasy. Squall as Danitha, Capuchin Paragon, source material. The Lunar Whale. Commander Legends, first pack. How crazy of a deal there, Disciple. Cordovier. Kedis. Second Commander Legends pack. Keeper of the Accord. Elgeth, Crossroads Augur. And Kamigawa, Neon Dynasty. A foil Ukiyo Forest. Invoke Justice. Extended Chishiro the Shattered Blade. Inventive Iteration. Showcase Frame. Spirit Sister's Call. And foil Soul Transfer in the showcase frame. Let me go ahead and get this all sleeved up here for you, Connor. Thanks so much for ordering. And it is 12:27. So we'll go ahead. We'll stream at least for another 3 minutes here. If you do have any last minute orders you do want to see opened up on stream, now is absolutely an excellent opportunity at moonshotgamestore.com/live to place those orders. If not, we'll be back here at 8:30 promptly tomorrow with Lance. We still do have Duskorn 4 play pack bundles for $17.99, limit 1 per person per stream. Your very last chance to grab one of these this evening if you have not already. Otherwise, I do appreciate everybody who's been hanging out all evening tonight. Been a wonderful evening. Definitely got to look back a lot of cool older sets and newer sets. Opened up a lot of crazy stuff. The Ultimate Masters box was so much fun. Definitely going to be a fun next couple of weeks here. I do appreciate everyone who has come out. So go ahead about 1 more minute. If you are in the middle of placing an order, definitely feel free to chat out. I can definitely go and wait a moment here and make sure you can get that in if you need to. Wait 1 more second here in case of a delay or a lag here in the stream. It is 12:30 Eastern. Definitely appreciate everybody once again. We'll go ahead here and call it for the evening. Everybody, have a good evening and take care. See ya.